We always get stuff like this.
I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Shenandoah County School Board for August 7th, 2024. I'd like to ask the superintendent if she has a recommendation.
I do, thank you. I recommend the School Board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act to have a briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7.
So that is the recommended action. Is there a motion?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to have a briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7.
Thanks, Mr. Gutschall. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Thank you, Mrs. Rutz. Any discussion? All in favor of convening in closed session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Well, we will immediately convene in closed session and intend to return as close to 7 o'clock as possible. at that time. And I would like to turn the meeting over at this point to our vice chair, who knows more about how we're going to proceed than I do.
We need a motion to reconvene.
Yeah, let's have a motion to reconvene in open session. Somebody want to make that motion?
I move to reconvene in open session.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? None. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. And so, Kyle, take it away.
So tonight we are going to, for now, skip 1.3 personnel. We will vote on 1.3 along with our other items from closed session. Due to time constraints, so we could get back out here, we wanted to keep things moving. So we need some more time on those topics. So we're going to move personnel and 1.3 and 1.4 to the end of the meeting after 8.1 board member comments. So we'll go back to closed session and discuss what we need to do, and then we will re-enter and vote on personnel at the end of the meeting. So we're still going to continue with our certification of closed session, and then we will continue with and finish that up at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Very lucid explanation. Appreciate that, Mr. Cutshall. So, for this first session of the closed session, the Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies that by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds as so certified when called. Could we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio,
I so certify.
Mr. Gutschall,
I so certify.
Ms. Rooks,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
and Mr. Barlow.
I so certify. Now we're ready for the invocation and pledge. Mr. Street?
Thank you. Please bow. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity as we come here together. Lord, we thank you for the things that we've been blessed with, and we remind ourselves for all the things that we've been blessed with that many don't have. Lord, we thank you for having us here in this great country, that we don't have to hear the sound of war. Lord, we ask that we thank you for the school year that we've had in the past, but Lord, we want to pray, we pray that you be with our students this upcoming school year. Lord, we ask that you lend your hand out to our students, to our teachers, our full staff, that you give them the courage, that you guide them through this school year, and that remind us to keep us the Christian foundation and principles. Lord, we ask that you keep this school year to keep us safe, to keep our students, our staff safe this year, whether in the schools or traveling to other schools. Lord, we ask for your guidance, and all God's people said, amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a motion to approve the agenda as it has been presented and modified.
I move to approve the agenda as presented and previously modified.
I second.
Thank you for that motion and second, Mrs. Rutz. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Now we get to do recognitions. Madam Superintendent, please take it from here.
Yes, isn't it so great to see all of these students out here who will start school in less than a week? So welcome. So the first up is Central High School's FFA, Ms. Boretsky.
Good evening. Our FFA, they have done remarkable things, and I am very, very proud of each and every one of them. I would like to introduce Sherry Heichman. She is our advisor for FFA.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us to recognize our kids. We had 15 kids go to the state convention. There are 267 FFA chapters across the state. They're AA, and AAA schools, and we get to compete against all of them, which is great. We as a chapter received a gold rating. On the national level, we'll be ranked, hopefully we'll know Friday where we are there. We won the state Chapter Wildlife and Proficiency Award, or Forestry and Wildlife, sorry. We have a proficiency winner here in a minute. We had Gold Public Relations, Superior Chapter, and 100% membership. So it's for all of our students, not just the ones that are standing here, but it's the entire chapter. So we are very fortunate to have 2 state-winning teams in front of you. It's very rare for chapters to have that many teams, and Central seems to be able to do that, so that's great. But first I'm going to recognize that the students that are on the left, my left, and that's the Agricultural Issues Forum team. They participated and have to do pros and cons of an issue, and their issue this year was cultivated meat. So if you're interested in learning more about cultivated meat, let us know, and we would be happy to present to you, wouldn't you? Okay, team members, they did a great job. Had some pretty stiff competition too. So team members are Anna Rittenauer, Haley Waybright, Cassidy Leak, Bailey Bailey, and Hunter Craig Wire. They'll compete at National Convention in October. So good job, y'all. I want to say too, they're 9th graders. And for them to be able to stand in front of a group of people and present things that are as complicated as cultivated meat, it's great. Okay, on this side, I have Brittany Stein, who participated in the Proficiency Award, and her job, her Supervised Agricultural Experience program, is landscape management. She participated at the state level, it won there, so it'll go to national, and hopefully one on Friday, how well she did there too. But she worked awful lot of hours and did a lot of cool things, and still working. Big congratulations to you. And then the other 2 people are representing our food science team. Food science team also won. They'll compete at National Convention in October as well. We have Carrie-Anna Stottlemyre, Brooke Ray. Our other 2 team members are Bailey Sheets, and she was high individual in the contest, but she's in New Mexico doing some Naval Academy prep. And then Taylor Leland is in Mexico, so she's coming back though, which is good. We had 8 members earn their state degree, which is the highest degree you can earn on the state level. And then we had 3 that will get their American degree in October 2022 graduates. So we still have good people at Central, we really do. So thank you all for letting us come. We appreciate that.
I believe some of the Central High School members had to leave because there's a volleyball event, is that correct?
Yeah, Carrie-Anna's supposed to go for a tryout, so thank you for letting
Good
us
luck.
go first too. Okay, good luck. Be nice.
All right, Mr. Dorman. Stonewall Jackson
ma'am.
High School.
since we have well, first of all, thank you for giving us a little bit of your time here this evening to recognize some of our kids over the past few months. We've had a number of our kids and programs to be very successful. So Doc, am I doing them all, or what's the order?
You're doing them all.
I got it. All right, Ms. Showman, would you come on up? All right, we had a number of our FFA kids did well at the state and some at the national convention, and I have Ms. Showman here, our advisor, and she's going to kind of walk you through that. Ms. Showman?
So we have two of our girls with us this evening. Several of our members of our teams are not able to be here. They are soaking in a little last-minute vacation, and then also had some cross-country practice, so they're unable to be with us. We had a very successful state convention. I'm very proud of our students that attended. We had 15 students that went to state FFA convention. We received Superior Chapter, National Chapter. We had a gold, silver rating, maybe not like a gold, but maybe next year, And then also we did the natural resources. We did have two state winning teams. One of them actually occurred back in September at the State Fair of Virginia, but it's recognized at the State FFA Convention. That individual was Riley Olinger. He placed first in that contest in small engines repair. Is troubleshooting a 4-stroke engine. He's a phenomenal mechanic, and we'll hear great things out of him in the future. He did graduate this year, so we lose him this year, and then he'll be going into his future career. And then we had first place for Avian Bowl. Avian Bowl is a contest on poultry knowledge, and we learn together. I learned in 21 years that if you don't know the information, learning with the students is the best way to figure it out, and we definitely did that. I have a few questions for you all really quickly, and I'll go really fast. Does anybody know what a male mature duck is called?
Drake.
A drake. Good job. Good job, Ms. Rutz. Good job. Does anybody know how many days a chicken egg takes to incubate? I heard somebody back here.
30 days.
21 days is for chickens. 21 days. And the last question I have for you is, how many chickens, how many breeds of chickens can be frizzled?
What's frizzled?
Yeah.
What is it, girls?
It's like Snoop Dogg.
It is not like Snoop.
Okay.
Their feathers are all crazy, and it is all the breeds. So all of these questions none of us knew when we first started, and they did a phenomenal job figuring it out and learning, and they placed first in the state. There was no national competition, so this team placed the best they could place, and we're very proud of them. Team members were Lillian Grove, Layla Stanley, Nicholas Hegarty, and Marcus Bowley, and we're very proud of our kids that competed at state convention. Thank you for your time.
Okay, could I ask Ms. Clanahan and Stuart Pearl to come up? This spring, we had an exceptional athlete pretty much dominate the field and track. And so that I don't steal Ms. Clanahan's thunder here, I'm going to let her tell about his accolades. Ms. Clanahan?
Oh, man. Just look at him. Stuart is a multi-sport athlete. However, at our state meet this spring, he qualified for, he qualified for the 110 hurdles, the 300 hurdles, long jump, triple jump, high jump, 100, 200, and he also helped his teammates qualify for the 4x1 meter relay. But what is most outstanding for Stuart is he won 4 of those individual events. He won the 100-meter hurdles, the 300-meter hurdles, the long jump, and the the triple jump. He was repeat winner in the 100 and the 300 hurdles. So we were here last year at this time. He set a stadium record at JMU that day. He set a state record in the 300 and the 100-meter hurdles. He also reset school records those days. This is just phenomenal for him. He is all county, all district, all region, all state, all Northern Virginia Daily. You've seen him in the papers multiple times. He is Northern Virginia Daily's Male Athlete of the Year 3 times. As a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. He was WHSB Student Athlete of the Week. He will be attending Virginia Tech in a few weeks, a decathlete. His dad's neck itches because his dad was at Virginia. However, it is my honor to present to you Mr. Stuart Girdle.
Oh, she's getting grad too.
Ms. Painter, come up and bring your crew. Also, our FCCLE kids did a very good job this year at state level. And I have Ms. Painter here, our advisor. And she's going to talk about some of their accomplishments. Ms. Painter, they're all yours.
Good evening. Thank you for having us and recognizing our students. Stonewall had a very exceptional year this past year in FCCLA. We were recognized as a platinum level outstanding chapter, which is the highest level that you can get. We took a record number of students to our state conference. We had 16 students who competed at state conference in Virginia Beach in April. Out of those 16 students, I had 12 students who placed either first or second and qualified for nationals. These are my some of my first place students here who then advanced to nationals. Lauren Holler and Haley Lutz were not able to be here this evening, but they placed first and advanced in event management level 2. Riley Rhodes and Lillian Shirkey. They competed in entrepreneurship level 2, where they placed first and advanced. And Olivia Delmer, who is a recent graduate, competed in nutrition and wellness level 3. And so I had 12 kids then who I took with me to Seattle, Washington, where we had our national conference at this summer. And when we were there, all 12 of the students came home with a silver medal. And so it was a very successful year, and I'm very proud of these kids.
Got one more though. Tom's rushing Saturday. We get Ms. Frank to come up. Ms. Frank is our FBLA advisor and has done a really great job building that program. And her hard work certainly has paid some dividends, and she has had some students do very well. I'm not sure if he made it yet.
He's on his way.
But he's on his way. But you go ahead and just a matter of moving the meeting along.
Hi, thank you for your time tonight. This is the 3rd year that we've had FBLA after COVID, so it's been a process rebuilding it. We had several people qualify at states. The first one we had was Anna Simmons. She can't be with us tonight because she's moved to Florida. She's going to be going to the University of Florida. I said it wrong earlier when I was talking to her, so I had to make sure I read it right. And this is what she was going to say. Each moment and experience I encountered during FBLA made my senior year, made me wish I had joined sooner. From networking to competitions, every new opportunity had an impact on me. It was truly one of the most fun and rewarding experiences I got from my high school career. And she is also going to be joining the collegiate FBLA down at the University of Florida. Anna placed first in impromptu speaking. It is, they give you a topic, you have 5 minutes to prepare, and that's it. So none of them are here, I know I'm talking about. Then we had Noah Boserman, who is the one we're waiting to walk through the door. If he doesn't make it, he did, last year, he qualified at states to go to nationals, and he placed 10th, or 14th, I'm sorry. This year, he went, and at states, he placed first in banking and financial systems, and went on to nationals in Orlando, and placed fourth in the nation. And he's not here yet.
So, thank you. Let's
Thank
get a
you.
picture of Sue.
Oh my goodness.
We got the routine down. We got the routine down.
Mr. Matt Heiserman will be recognizing our Strasburg High School athlete.
Dr. Shepard, members of the board, this evening I have the privilege of recognizing a recent 2024 graduate of Strasburg High School and a member of the Strasburg High School track and field team, Miss Claire Keith. We are here to recognize Claire and her accomplishment at the Virginia High School League State Track and Field Championships back in June, but also to take this opportunity to recap on her outstanding high school career. Claire finished as a 12-sport varsity letter winner, meaning that she was a 3-sport athlete all 4 years of high school and lettered in every season she participated in. One of 3 female athletes that we know of in Strasburg High School history that was able to do that. Claire had also competed in state competition, state level in all 12 of those seasons. And also that is what we have figured out, she is one of 2 Strasburg High School athletes in female side to ever do that. She's a 4-time All-State athlete in cross country, a 3-time All-State athlete in swimming as part of some relay teams, a 10-time All-State athlete in track and field, which includes a 400-meter dash state championship as a freshman, a member of the 4x800 meter state championship relay teams as a sophomore and a junior, was also a part of the overall team state championship team last spring, 2 springs ago as a junior. And finally, which brings us to why we are here this evening to recognize her as the 2024 Virginia High School League Class 2 state champion in the 800 meter run. We are very proud of Claire for all of her accomplishments, and she has been a great representative of Strasburg High School and Shenandoah County Public Schools throughout her career, not only in athletics, but in the classroom and for the community. Claire will be continuing as a nursing major and will be running cross country and track and field at Radford University in the fall. On behalf of Strasburg High School and our coach, Honor Ray Crispin, thank you for allowing us to recognize Claire this evening.
All right, Mr. Scott Schlittner, Signal Knob Middle School.
Good evening. Once again, it is a pleasure to recognize the accomplishments of our school, and once again, I am not going to steal the thunder of the staff and students who put the hard work into it. So I'm going to start with Ms. Amari and have her come up and talk about the students and their accomplishments.
Sorry, I'm not as tall as you. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time to tell you about the success our Signal Knob Middle School Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America chapter experienced at the National Leadership Conference held in Seattle, Washington from June 29th through July 3rd. This annual event brought together more than 8,000 passionate FCCLA student members, advisors, and guests, and our chapter is fortunate to have been a part of this great group of leaders. My name is Michaela Amari. I am the Family Consumer Science teacher and FCCLA advisor at SKMS. I had the pleasure of representing our chapter, school, and community on the state and national level. In attendance, we had 10 students from Signal Knob participate in STAR event competitions, general sessions, Virginia State meetings, leadership workshops, and enjoy all that the conference has to offer. Awards are presented to FCCLA chapters as well as to individual students or groups who compete in STAR events. Students are recognized for proficiency and achievement in chapter and individual projects, leadership skills, and career preparation. Following the week's festivities, we had the following results, and many of our students couldn't be here today due to practices and tryouts and all that. But Cameron Boyer and Mackenzie Jenkins competed in entrepreneurship and earned bronze. Alexa Gorell, Hadley DeMarco, and Cooper Colcom competed in chapter and review portfolio and earned bronze. Isabella Mumaw and Cadence Turnmeyer competed in chapter and review display and earned silver. Chase Greco competed in teacher train and earned silver. Charlie McHale and Trinity Pringle competed in national programs in action and earned silver. Sierra Staringer competed in chapter service project portfolio and earned silver. Jake Heiserman competed in repurposing redesign and earned gold. And then Sydney McCarter led the Virginia delegation as the Virginia 2024-2025 Vice President of Membership. We'd also like to take a moment to thank our wonderful chaperone, Ms. Megan Clutter, for attending the conference and supporting our students at all of these conferences. She's even taken the time out of her summer break to be here tonight to be in support of the kids. We're also thrilled to announce that our chapter has been selected as a recipient of the Go for the Red chapter recognition, an honor that recognizes chapters for outstanding membership growth. Our chapter successfully increased its membership by 20 members from the previous year, achieving the gold level distinction. I'm so lucky to have had the opportunity to work with these amazing students who devoted so much of their time and attention to our organization, and I know they will continue to make us proud for years to come. In addition to their star event competitions, our chapter also enjoyed all that Seattle had to offer, including a boat tour on the Seattle Harbor, a trip to the top of the Seattle Space Needle, an action-packed game between the Seattle Mariners and Baltimore Orioles, and so much more. As you can see, our chapter has many things to be proud of. We would like to thank you, the school board, for approving our trip and providing our chapter with this great educational experience. Before we wrap things up, I'd like to invite Sydney McCarter, our Virginia FCCLA Vice President of Membership, forward to share an update of her state officer year thus far. Sydney.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I'm so excited to be here today to share a few of my favorite moments from this year as a state officer so far. Over the summer, I've had an action-packed schedule filled with leadership training and personal growth. This past June, I joined my fellow state officers in Blacksburg, Virginia, to begin plans for the upcoming school year in Virginia SCCLA. Following my June training, I also had an incredible time at the National Leadership Conference. I served as a voting delegate for Virginia SCCLA, participated in state officer training and many leadership workshops. I led Virginia State meetings with my fellow state officers and received the National Membership Award on stage for our state. In addition to the NLC, I had the opportunity to attend the Virginia Association for Teachers of Family and Consumer Sciences Professional Development Conference with Ms. Amari and my fellow state officers. The four-day conference highlighted professional development opportunities for the teachers, but it also gave us a great opportunity to promote FCCLA and network with other FCS teachers and advisors from across the state. As you can see, my year as a state officer has already been filled with amazing opportunities, and I'm so excited to see what's to come. In the next few months, I'm looking forward to attending our fall SEC meeting, the Virginia FCCLA Day at State Fair, the Say Yes to FCS College Day at GMU, and engaging with chapters across the state. I would like to take this time to thank the school board for your support in allowing me to do these opportunities. Thank you.
As you can see, we're blessed to have Miss Amari there, and that is why that is one class that is actually overrun. There are numerous students who want to take her class, as well as the class of the next gentleman I am going to be introducing, that is Dakota Stroud. And he is the advisor for the FFA, and we'll talk about the accomplishments there.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Shepard, central office staff. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here in front of you today. So much like my colleagues, well, one, I'm not going to do what Ms. Sherman did and have you play Avian Bowl, just so you know. So you're safe. You're welcome. But I'm here, much like my colleagues, to discuss a little bit about our chapter successes at the Virginia FFA State Convention this past June. Much like my colleagues, our chapter was recognized as a 100% membership chapter, a gold-rated chapter, but also for the second consecutive year, the #1 middle school FFA chapter in the Commonwealth of Virginia. With that accolade, we are very excited for the year ahead. All our chapter officers are the ones that actually plan and carry out our program of activities each year, for which they plan at our FFA officer retreat, which we just held this past week in Richmond, Virginia. So first, I'd like to recognize our 2023-2024 FFA officers who are here with us this evening. First, we have our president, Ms. Olivia Fisher, our vice president, Ms. Piper Dellender, our secretary, Ms. Mia Schneider, our reporter, Ms. Sydney McCarter, and our sentinel, Ms. Megan Rittenauer. In addition to this, we had one student qualify for a national contest at the Big E in Springfield, Massachusetts this September. Ms. Emily Hamrick competed at the FFA Creative Speaking competition in the northern area and won, so moved on to the state level where she placed second and qualified for her place at the Big E this September. So again, thank you for the opportunity to recognize our students, and we are excited for the year ahead.
So Mr. Noah Balserman from Stonewall Jackson High School just joined us. Mr. Noah Balserman, if you want to come up and just say a word or two. He was with the FBLA group, I believe. Yes.
Yes, hi. Again, I'm so sorry I'm late. I forgot to put this in my calendar somehow. Of all the times for that to happen, of course it had to be today. It's such an honor to get to speak in front of all of you today, and I'd like to appreciate you for that, for letting me have this privilege. The growth that we've seen within our chapter over these past 3 years is incredible. Last year at Nationals was wonderful, but what made this year super special is that we got to have 2 people come with me to compete, and another to join me to learn from all the people that were speaking and hosting workshops across the entire nation, all coming to Orlando. Thank you so much for helping us to start this chapter, helping us, and giving us the resources that we needed to get to this point. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. These are all the recognitions, Chairman Barlow.
Thank you.
Front row now.
Madam Superintendent, I have to wonder if Stuart and Claire know each other. I've never seen so many athletic accolades from
Yes.
It's
amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 great people. Wonderful. Anyway. And sorry, but I also think it's remarkable. FCCLA and FFA, such an incredible job in this county at stitching things together and bringing that amount of maturity and world experience together. It's just wonderful. Anyway, so.
And at Stonewall Jackson High School, where FBLA is actually starting to grow as well, which is great.
Yeah, fantastic. We've reached that point where we are inviting the public and staff comments on agenda items. And so I have a list of 3 folks who have signed up so far. And I'm going to read the procedural information, and then we'll launch into it. The Shenandoah County Public School welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students and employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each speaker may speak up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments. I don't think we'll have a problem with that tonight. On agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit the time. I'm not going to worry about that tonight. All comments should address a matter related to the Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with others' views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual school board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers may sign up to speak at the school board meeting, a public hearing on this document, which has been provided. And the clerk will ascertain that speakers indicate their role as stakeholders and have valid addresses. Speakers are called in the order in which they signed up. You may have comments if somebody else wants to speak afterward, but we'll see about that in just a few moments. Rhonda Richard is the first one who was signed up. Rhonda?
Good evening, everyone. Oh, that one works. My name is Rhonda Richard. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to wish all teachers, staff, administrators, and students and school board members a great school year. I read an article in the Northern Virginia Daily the other day. It stated that Stonewall Jackson High School football team had a combined 65 varsity and JV football players show up for the first practice. The article stated that in the coach's 9 years of coaching, he'd never had to worry about having too many players in a drill. This year was a first. In fact, they had struggled in years past to have enough players turn out. In fact, in 2021, they had to cancel the season just after the first game. Now, 3 years later, they have this outstanding number of players. Is it possible that the name change helped bring players back? Also, I have been asked many times why I come to these meetings and stay involved. The answer is this. I have a lot of people that don't feel comfortable speaking out or say it won't do any good. A few weeks ago, I understood what they meant. After an email was sent to the board, one reply sent back from a board member was nothing but rude and insulting. This is the reason people don't speak up. Whether you're a teacher, parent, or member of this community, this is wrong. Attacking individuals about their knowledge, having or not having law degrees, displays pettiness and does nothing to resolve issues being addressed. Thank you.
Mike Scheibe.
Good evening, board. Dr. Shepard. I'm going to follow up on really the accolades. Seeing all the teachers, staff members, and students, and not just the student athletes, the successes they've had was shown here tonight. Usually when you walk into this room and there's so many people, it's something controversial. Tonight it was really nice to see something different. So, and I think that speaks to the atmosphere that you are creating, and that our administrative staff at the school board office and in the schools is the culture is obvious to me. So this is, it's good to see positives. So many people just talk about the negatives. So on a personal note, I've gotten a lot more involved with many staff members over the last 6 months. And I've learned a lot about the culture of the Southern Campus in particular, and how excellent it is. Michael Thorman, I think he needs to be really, really given a lot of credit for how he smoothly has seamlessly moved past the hurdles that are put in front of him with, the names of the schools being changed back and everything. That man has kept the culture of that school going in a positive way. So, and in my recent dealings with Ms. Jennifer Berner at Ashby Lee Elementary, same thing. Amazing people to work with. And on a more personal note, my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in May. The staff at Ashby Lee and the nurse, Ms. Turner, have been nothing but amazing. Thorough, calling, making sure all the papers are in order, because we'll have to get some special things to get past the new cell phone policies that are coming. But excellent work by everyone, and not to mention you. And compared to the staff and everybody, you guys are like, eh. But no, I thank all of you for your time and dedication to Shenandoah County Public Schools. It's a difficult and often thankless task, so each and every one of you, thank you.
Charles Street.
Good evening. I hope everyone is well. Elected school board members, Superintendent Dr. Melody Shepard, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to congratulate all the FFA, FBLA, FCCLA, and athletic teams that were recognized tonight. And any other ones I didn't mention. Shenandoah County surely can be proud of these fine young students. I hope all the students, administration, and staff are excited to start a new school year. I also have Steve Heisman could not be here tonight, so I have a little intro from him. He said, I would like to welcome all students and staff back to school next week and a successful and educational year for everyone. Looking forward also for another successful year in weekly religious education as the students learn about our Savior Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Steve Heisman. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Is there anybody else who would like to make public comment? Right. Move on to the approval of the consent agenda. We have minutes and paid bills, donations, overnight field trips, and a couple of MOUs and so forth. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you. So Mr. Cutshall has made the motion. Mrs. Carlenio has seconded. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Move into the instructional agenda. And Sansley, are you going to tell us about summer school? Is that what?
And Ms. Proctor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We brought a company with us.
Two different lines. I can't deal with more than two lines at a time, so I'm sorry about that.
So with us this evening, we have Katura Hayslacker, who's going to be presenting about elementary summer school. And then for middle school, we have Brady Kibler and Jennifer Gogenauer. So we're going to turn it over to them.
Good.
Hi, good evening. Katura Hayslacker. I'm currently a fourth grade teacher at Ashby Lee. I served as the administrator for the summer school program this year. This year, our theme was Career Quest. So throughout the 4 weeks that students were with us, they got an opportunity to explore different careers throughout our county. During week 1, we had the opportunity to visit Carmouze Rock Quarry. Quite interesting. And then we also had a guest speaker come from the art spot, where they were able to paint a canvas guided by one of the artists at the art spot. During week 2, our younger students visited the Discovery Museum and Plainview Farm, and then we also got to have a behind-the-scenes tour of downtown Woodstock and visit some of the local businesses. During week 3, we took a trip to the Frontier Culture Museum. We got to explore during the very hot summer at 7 Benz Park. And then we also had a visit from some graduate students at JMU who taught the students about wind energy, and we built a wind sock. And probably the most exciting field trip that they went on was to Northern Virginia to the Udvar Hazy Center, where they got to travel to the very top of the observation tower, which was really interesting for them. And then they had the opportunity to learn a little bit more about space, astronauts, and see some really cool airplanes and things. So certainly a really great field trip, a place that majority of our students would not have an opportunity to go to if it were not for summer school. And then at the end, they chose a career path that was most interesting to them. And several of them created posters. One class actually built like a model with Legos of their office or their classroom or where they would work, which is really interesting. And one student, I don't know if Charles is still here, one student picked a truck driver. And he dressed up like a truck driver and everything, Charles, and had a really nice presentation about what it would be like to be a truck driver. So they were really, really excited about being able to pick a career that was, passionate for them, and then got to present it to all of their fellow students. So thank you very much.
Look at that teacher before she changes her.
Yeah, we do have one that a teacher. Yes.
So good evening, my name is Brandy Kibler and I served as one of the administrators for our middle school summer program. And this is
Jennifer Gokenauer. I served at Signal Knob as a site administrator.
And very similar to our elementary program, our theme this year was Career Quest, the pursuit of careers in Virginia. And we served grades 5 through 8 in our middle schools. In addition to weekly themed activities for our students to explore those careers, we also had daily instruction in English language arts and math. And of course, what would summer school be without field trips and guest speakers? So week 1, we focused on agriculture, food and natural resources. Students had the opportunity to mimic what it was like to be an agricultural reporter by researching crops and reporting on their findings. We were fortunate to visit Let Freedom Ring Farm in Connickville, a pretty unique family-oriented farm. Our students were able to fillet school-raised fish. That was definitely a favorite. And we had the opportunity to serve as food scientists by baking ice cream. Would you like to do that?
The second week we had architecture, hospitality, and tourism. We did have a trip to Bryce Resort where they talked about tourism. They let us create different ads. What else? They set tables to see how they would do with a wedding. Then they also were able to pick a particular structure and used clay to create that structure. And I don't know about her students, but my students loved getting dirty with all the clay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it was really cool to see them experiment with different designs to see which was most supportive in their structures. We also visited Luray Zoo, which you can see the little girl there with the snake. Ooh, lots of those.
snakes.
So one of the highlights of our experiences was when we were able to visit Connickville Fire Department. And we got to learn not only about the fire department, but emergency communications and dispatch, which is something really that our students really didn't, have a idea about before this. And they also spoke with us about what it takes to be an EMT or a paramedic, which was definitely interesting for our kids.
And they, just like the elementary school, they had final projects where they picked a career path. A couple of our students, they did posters, they created some dodecahedrons, different ideas to create those and display what these different job careers are, whether it be the education part of it, how much money they would make, what their job duties would entail for those particular jobs.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for our summer school?
No, I had a niece that attended at Signal Knob, and it was reported that she was hesitant about going and taking up her summer, and she ended up having a great time and being really engaged in that final project. So thank you.
How many students went altogether?
At the elementary level, it was probably, I'm doing the math really quickly. I'm gonna say
roughly 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And middle was roughly 100 as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move into the informational agenda. And 5.1 is the cell phone policy discussion. Dr. Heinrich.
Are we discussing this one? Are we just listening? Or are we discussing
Yes,
this?
to be somewhat interactive.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. The cell phone policy is first on your information agenda this evening, as you requested to, discuss this once again. And so I'm here to help facilitate, try to answer any questions, see what your next steps might be, provide any background information that I can. Be happy to do that for you.
Dave, I reached out to some admin within the county and some teachers to find out what we were doing and how we could work this. Is there a way we could make it to where instructional classes, English, SOL type classes, no cell phone in those classrooms at all, but yet have it where there were teachers I'd talked to as well as admin that said it's kind of nice for FFA, small engine repair, CTE classes to be able to tell a kid, hey, why don't you Google that? Rather than just give them the answer or tell them how to do something. Basically gearing them up for when they get into their career path. How easily would we be able to write a policy like that?
Well, I mean, we could, that I think the thing that we've got to be mindful of is how it's managed. Because anything we put down on a piece of paper, that's just words on a piece of paper. The reality is managing it. And so now this, it would be, if it's not, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and we'll do whatever you say to do, that's what we'll do. But when there's a nuance and it's okay here, it's not okay there, it's okay for this, and it's not okay for that, it is a nightmare for administrators to manage. I understand what you're saying, and I think it's possible, we could do that. But every time there's a nuance to something like this, man, it just makes it that much more difficult to try and manage and handle the excuses. Well,
I have a question. It's kind of related to that because we were talking about that, and my question was, because I'm with you. I don't like having the exceptions because then somebody's going to say, well, how can I have that exception too? So my question was more with regards to, why can't we use the Chromebooks or?
That's exactly right.
That's what I was wondering.
Every student has Chromebook, and so when they're asked to Google something, they can Google it on their Chromebook.
So they can Google that kind of stuff.
Right, they would be able to search for that, and that's exactly right. Another one of them, and I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. I promise you. I'm just trying to give you some things to think about. Most kids have a cell phone. We all know that. But not all kids have a cell phone. And that's a reality too. So it's just, something to think about. I think that the administrator's biggest concern is consistency, and if it is allowed, if a cell phone is allowed to be on a student's person, then what we have is that's what we have. Because you all know this, you know, they're holding the phone in their pocket and they're texting, you know, somebody. They don't need to have it out in front of anybody looking at it. If it's on their person, it's accessible. What they would like to see, I believe, and I don't think nothing is 100%, because I did speak with them, as you asked me to get some feedback. And I think some of them just let us manage it like we are. Others say, I think they're feeling like have them put it in their book bag or in their locker. But if it's on them, they're going to be in the bathroom on it. They're going to be sneaking around the corner on it. They're going to be using it under their pants, under their shirt, under their coat. And we just cannot police that every single solitary time. And so, but if it's not on them, then there's much less likely, or it's not allowed to be on them. Now, I think there is a concern about them being accessible and them having access to them for situations in case of emergency or a health-related circumstance, which could certainly be an exception, you know. And again, nothing is 100%, but this is a good example where that may be a legitimate exception, where there's a doctor's medical reason to have a monitor through a cell phone with some type of device.
So, we finished? Okay. I once again want to thank you for bringing this to our attention last meeting. We were all encouraged to funnel information to me so we can get it back to you. There's been a lot of it, but nothing tangible that there's a consensus or we've all become more aware of the need that there exists for kids to have it in some circumstances. I think we're all, and I'm speaking for the sense of the group, but not for everybody for sure, on the board. But I think we are also convinced that of the research that shows that there are definite degradation to learning because of and I'll call it obsessive phone use, which is common. And so finding that sweet spot where the teacher will be happy that it's not pervasive in a certain classroom, while the administrator is not going to be worrying about 35 phones that are in their possession that can't be accountable for and collecting and getting, you know. And so we're searching, not we, but the nation is searching for a sweet spot. You're aware that VDOE has had listening tours where it's gone around the state trying to come up with a model policy. So one of the things that we as a board could do would be to await that model policy and see how we would like to modify it. We talked about this before. We could lean forward and come up with our own and kind of, you know, be the tip of the spear. But that would entail taking on scores of these concerns, just the kind of Mr. Shivey mentioned earlier. But it's nothing we can duck. And so we're going to have to face up to this issue. And one thing you said last time struck me was that given the overarching policy we have now, there are a couple of schools that are having, I'll say, better results than others. And it would be hoped for that kind of, those kind of high standards could be held for all the campuses or all the schools. In the interim, while we're trying to find the magic bullet for this thing, which probably doesn't exist, but at least a magic policy that would find this sweet spot. I mean, and I'll just throw this out. Was it Fairfax Schools that came up with this packet, the Yonder? Have you heard about the Yonder thing?
Yes.
And so a couple of us were wondering out loud how much that would cost. It's a little pocket, like a holster that I shouldn't use that word, but it's It's a little container where you put your phone, it's magnetic, and it keeps the phone from being used, so you can keep it in your person. But they're expensive. And so we either have to buy it or have a grant for somebody that could buy those for the school system, whatever. But that's expensive, it's bureaucratic, it's gonna take time. And so
It's another thing to manage.
yeah, so there are these things that we need to consider, and frankly, it's very complex. So we still need to be like teasing out these various, like, and you're providing some of this stuff, like these models that you model policies, and just considering them as individual school board members, so we can come up with something. But so it's the school, as you said, it's our responsibility to come up with it. So one of the things we can do is we'll be monitoring BDOE.
Right.
At the same time, practitioners need to tell us what's working and not working, so that we can include those into anything that we.
Well, we can
develop.
certainly, and I get your point about how some schools have been a little more successful than others at managing this, and that's something we can definitely visit with the administrators, because I'm totally in agreement with you.
Yeah.
And so that can help. That can definitely help as we continue to explore if that's avenue you want to go. I know I think most people would be most apprehensive about starting something and then changing it midway.
Yeah.
If we're going to wait, then let's wait and let's shore up what we're doing and then implement something, even if it's mid-year implementation. But to put in a bunch of changes and then turn around and change them all again midway through the years.
And I think that's well put, and I think if somebody wants to disagree with me, please do so. But I think that's a sense of the board. So we don't want to move so fast that we've got to retrench every other week. But nevertheless, not just put it in neutral and glide.
Right.
And so we are going to request that the practitioners find that best position to make the schools as good as they could be at doing that, which is a heck of a guidance to give you. But in the meantime, we lay our promise to you that to listen to VDOE and other things, and as a group be considering those.
Well, we can certainly have those conversations.
I think I just wanted to kind of mention that even today we had the mental health task force. We had Fabiana French, who just spoke to one of the judges in Frederick County, and she was saying that most of the declining mental health they see is due to the cell phones. So this is a real problem, and I would rather move on with this and not just wait for the state to come up with something, because also what may work for us is not going to work for Loudoun or Fairfax. I did want to ask you, because as I was looking through this, and again, thank you for compiling all of this. There's a few of them, and it's one of those, like some parts of one, not of others. So I don't know if you would help for us to narrow it down to like 3. I mean, if you can give us your like what are you guys thinking maybe better for the administration? So I don't know which one we do first. Do we go down, or do you guys tell us, well, this is kind of what we need? Because, for example, some of these are very detailed, and some of them are very general.
Right.
Do you want something more general? Do you want something very detailed? So that would really be very helpful.
Right. Well, I believe that from what I've gathered, and again, nobody is 100% on this. I've talked to every principal, and not every one of them are sold on this, because a lot of times, this just creates a bigger problem. In some ways, just let us handle it. We've got some real good examples of folks who just let us handle it, and it's being handled. But that's not the case in every school. So some would prefer more specifics. Tell us exactly how you want this to do, because it's going to hit the fan. And when it hits the fan, they want to know, I'm sorry, I know that's an $1,100 phone, but it's going to my desk right now. And they want to know that the world's not coming to an end when they have to do that. So I think some of them will really prefer more specific, this is what we've said, you can have it at this time and you can't have it at that time. And if you do this, this is the consequence. So really more around not having it on their person, and then what could some of the consequences be that are some of those examples that are laid out in there, so that we're all at least starting from the same place in all schools. I believe that would be the majority of the folks would prefer that. So, you know, and you can cherry pick from that too. You know, if you like a sentence in this and a paragraph in that, and you could go through and highlight and then say, hey, Dave, put all this together and we'll read it and see what it sounds like. I'd be happy to do that too. You know, pick and choose out of those. Those are just ones that I was able to find, you know, via the web and that sort of thing. And I try to give you a range, you know, some very vague to some more specific.
Now, I know we kind of have to move on this because the year's starting, so probably not going to be able to implement it before the school year starts, but hopefully at some point during that year we should have something. Do you want to have, you know, should we have like a deadline for ourselves as to say, you know, by a certain date we can all give comments on what we want to do or how we want to proceed, or
I think, go ahead.
so we can narrow it down, I mean.
After hearing Dave speak, I actually had an idea. The people you speak of within the county that say, hey, we've got something that works, let us handle it. I think we need to bring those individuals to the table, because I know what they've got works. Sit them down and hear what they're doing or what they've done over the past year. And that could help us write the policy, I believe, because those people have plans in place that have been proven to work. And then we can pick and choose based on what they're doing within their building to write the policy. I don't know.
Is that locally?
Yes, it's within the county.
Does it come down to individual? So behavior is an issue. In buildings where the administrator is strong, and Scott Schlettner is a fine example of that, where a building discipline, education, instruction changed because we had a dynamic individual who's not afraid to have tough conversations, stick to the gun, stick to the policy. That changed, and when we talk about SOL scores and achievements and accreditation, we're going to see those big changes when we made some of those administrative changes. So, you know, policy's only great, as you said, as the folks that enforce it. And if you are squishy on it, or you have a long-term sub who is in a classroom, say, you know, that they're really, for lack of a better word, a warm body, cell phones for 90 minutes or whatever, you know, you're going to have them. There's just no, I mean, you know, unless you go building free and you just, you know, and it would be neat to test, you know, to take a small group of a control and say, okay, the fifth grade at, you know, at Signal, at Sandy Hook can't have their, you know, everything is turned off here, you put them in a bucket, whatever. It would be interesting to see how that changed. I know from my own personal experience, when I've had to ground kids and the cell phone is the first thing to go, attitude changes dramatically. The downside is that you end up having to have conversations with your kids because now they're not someplace else. They're up in your stuff. They want to know this, this, and this because nothing else is taking up their time. As parents, if you're not looking at what your social media is, TikTok, go and hit those followers, see who's watching, what they're posting. And sadly, when I go and I do that, I see a lot of things that, you know, it saddens me, but they're happening in our schools. You can see our gyms in the background. You can see our cafeterias in the background. They're taking pictures of each other if they don't have it, and they're sending stuff that unfortunately we don't want. So it seems like a great big punishment to kids that have grown up with a cell phone or a tablet or electronics since they were old enough to hold one. And so it's going to be a big deal, but there is a big deal. This is a big deal. So, I don't know what the answer is. Like you said, if you could tie it to mental health for grants, because it's definitely tied to a mental health issue. I mean, the things that they find, I can remember when cell phones came out, and of course, you want to be that great, cool parent, so you give your 13-year-old, her cell phone. And I can remember my oldest getting grounded. It was like 43,000 text messages in a month. And I was doing the math, and I'm like, I'm not even sure how you manage that. And the withdrawals that happened from coming off of that, So it's every bit. It should be taken every bit as an addiction as we do our vapes and everything else that we are facing. So it's a serious conversation.
The problem too is it's like we're playing whack-a-mole with social media and all that. You find out that you have one app that is really bad, so you try to tell them you can't have that, but then they'll find another.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things I thought was interesting today that we talked very little about, but she kind of mentioned it, was because this judge in Winchester was talking about all these issues that they had: anxiety and depression, declining mental health, the drug use, the human trafficking, the child exploitation, and the gangs. And then we were kind of talking about how we don't have that much of a problem here in Shenandoah County, but this is the county right above us. I mean, these are neighboring counties, so this is the stuff that is coming down the pike. So I would rather, start addressing this now before it becomes a bigger problem, because it's coming. I mean, that's the thing about technology. It's like all these places become just like the big cities because it's all connected by the internet. So.
And there's no way I don't, IP addresses in a building, to where there's not much that they can do, send anything else. I mean,
they kind of would prevent it from operating.
Yeah.
Mr. Strange,
your word.
You had a comment?
Yes, sir, Dr. Heimgartner. Me personally, I think it's a personal thing. It's a distraction, and that's just the way I see it. Let's be honest. That's the reality. And I do think, yes, it's something that we do need to move forward on, but yet at the same time, I do think we need to be cautious and take a little time to make sure we do this right in all angles, all views. And I can definitely see where, and I think we need the board. I hope the school board does follow your recommendation on, and from your principals, we need to come out with something that's pretty. I do agree that a standard that probably all principals can follow, because I don't think it's right to. Their job is to run a school, and they've got their hands full doing that to run a building. So it should be something very basic, that a policy that they can follow, and they don't take less stress off them. So anyway, my question is, what have you heard so far? Is there a good, valid reason for? Because to me, it is a personal thing, and I kind of, I'm sitting here reminding myself, thinking about something related to is, all I can think about back in the day, Mr. Jerry Doble down at Stonewall, he reminded you of, if you don't want to ride the bus that's provided by the school system, you want to drive to school, that's a privilege. And it's our policy. You will follow our policy. So I kind of think this views the same way. The cell phone, it's a personal thing, so you're going to follow our policy. Do you hear any valid, good reasons why a student should have a cell phone?
The medical piece, I get that.
Yes.
They're maybe a diabetic that has, that monitors their blood, that's an app. I can understand that. And So I think there are some medical applications, but they are very rare. They're few, okay? To me, that could be a legitimate reason for that particular student to have a phone on their person. Because to monitor that. But that can be easily documented from a doctor, that can easily be managed by school. All right, you're talking about a couple kids in a school, maybe. You know, I wish I could say when the cell phone thing hit and education said, oh, this is going to be a great tool. Now, I guess we don't have to buy everybody calculators now, you know, because they all got a calculator on their phone. Remember, not all of them do. A lot of them do, but not all kids do. But there's so many applications that they use in the real world. We'll be able to use them in class and teach them how to use those. By, you know, they'll be, and in reality, and I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about education in general. We didn't capture that time. We didn't really and truly capture that, and so it's just become a social device. And the reality of it is, there are very few times when it's really necessary for a child to have to be on a cell phone. You know, coming back from ball games, you know, coming back from Buffalo Gap, you know, when you hit this end of Harrisonburg and you want to give mom a call and say, hey, you can pick me up at school, we'll be there in 15 minutes. Oh, to me, that's great. Right. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about middle of algebra class, we're on, you know, middle of English class, and then the teachers put that away. This is going off, and that's
that's not needed. A teacher and a teacher and administrator shouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah,
they're there to, you know.
And trust me, man, I love our kids, and we got the greatest kids in the world, and they're no different from kids in any other. And I was one that kind of embraced the whole cell phone. I said, man, this can be amazing, you know, 10 years ago. But I've seen it now, and it's just not. It's not good.
I think that the data is incontrovertible about the focus and losing focus in classes, and how much time it takes to process the notification you get, and you've zoned everything. We got to do something. But without asking you to do the grunt work for us, that's not fair. But one thing what we could do is kind of these sample policies. If you could like distribute those to the admin and say not which one do you like, but which elements of these, you know, just highlight. We don't need a report, but if you were to somehow get some subjective feedback on the various aspects of that, we're not going to be able to come up with something which is perfect operationally the first time out.
That's right.
And that's what we did with the library policy.
That's right.
What didn't work? We'll make up this form. We'll time it this way. Is this covered? And so we know there'll be Kentucky windage. We're going to apply it later. But along the way, if we had operators' point of view, meanwhile we're kind of teasing out some of the technologies or some of the management techniques that not only VDOE but stuff we read about. And so this clearly needs to be something that's part of a work session where we bring that in, and maybe it's a point at which you could bring in either those administrators who talk to us, or you just bring in a synopsis of and we could marry those two up before we move ahead.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. And I think you have a work session coming up. That's something you want to talk about.
If I can just suggest just kind of changing the mindset on this, and instead of just talking about even just the tools or that, it's just thinking that we're doing this for the kids. I mean, the fact is that a lot of them think that having the phone is a cool thing to do and this is actually helping them, but in reality, it's not. And I can say even for my own kids, I wish that I had even been more strict than I was. And if you think about a lot of the better schools, like when I'm talking about private schools and all, they don't allow the cell phones. I mean, they're very strict about this, and they make them, you know, learn math without a calculator, and they'll be able to go and be better prepared. So I think that's something that's the way I see it, at least, is that we're doing this actually for them.
And that's a perfect. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish up.
I was just saying, another point that I think is important is it's just not the cell phone. You know, the cell phone that connects to the earbuds, the cell phone connects to the watch. You know, it's all of those communication devices. So it just uses the cell phone as a general term to mean all of those things.
100%.
Thank you so much for the continuing focus on that. And it's a perfect segue to our next informational agenda item, which is the litigation against social media companies.
Yes,
So
so
it flows right from there. So
You've teed me up well, so
Yeah.
thank you. So the law firm Timberlake Smith has provided the opportunity for Shenandoah County School Board to enter into a multi-district litigation against social media companies, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube. These companies are alleged to have used targeted algorithms to unethically collect children's data, employed tactics to increase children's use of social media, and failed to provide parents with adequate controls to monitor and limit their children's use. As a result, children have suffered increased mental and physical injuries such as anxiety, depression, eating disorders, suicidal ideation, self-harm, and even death. This has significantly impacted school divisions, including Shenandoah County Public Schools across the nation, leading to an increase in student behavioral problems and disruptions to the learning environment, requiring staff and school resources to address these issues and their effects. I'm going to skip the next paragraph, but there is no fiscal impact to joining the multi-district litigation. All litigation expenses will be initially covered by Timberlake Smith and co-counsel, who will be entitled to 25% of the gross amount recovered plus expenses from the defendants. The payment of the fee is entirely contingent upon receiving recovering monies from for the school board. The recommendation is to approve this at tonight's school board meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
we do appreciate the previous information you've given us, so it's not coming cold. We've got it warmed up, and we talked about the various companies and looked at this one in particular. So I think we're well poised. Are there any questions for the superintendent?
So once we approve this, we'll be able to enter the agreement right away?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that will be tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. 5.3, information on changes to regulations.
That is me.
Is this something you're gonna, good, I'm glad it's you, go for it.
Yes. Policy VFC, policy adoption, allows for regulations to be developed and revised by the superintendent and presented to the school board as information items, unless the school board informs me that they would like to act on a specified regulation. Below are changes to 3 regulations presented to the school board this evening for information. IIBP-F is review of library book purchase request recommended for evaluation. This is just for a form. This is just a form that will be used in connection with the IIBP-R library materials regulation. So it streamlines the process when the directors of elementary and secondary identify books that they would like from the list of books to purchase. That they would like to be reviewed by a committee. Then they will put those books on the list, and then the committee will then be formed, and the committee will put their recommendations on the list. So it just streamlines the process so that there's one form for each of the library review books being reviewed by the committee from the Parent Community Advisory. And it's attached, that form is attached to this agenda item.
Before you move on, I'd like to say I think it's a really good idea to have to weave the Parent Community Advisory Committee into this. It's a good, it keeps, I mean, there's a lot of stakeholders are already involved in this, just increases it, but it doesn't decrease the efficiency. So I think it's a great move. Thanks.
GA-R compensation regulations. The changes to this regulation include how salaries determined for positions that are up for reclassification. Specifically, the revised process will use total years of creditable experience to align the salaries with that of staff in the same or similar positions with comparable years of experience. So that is the only change to that regulation. And actually, the compensation regulation also has been changed to give CTE teachers their full years of credited experience. We were previously doing 1 year of credited experience for every 2 years of work experience, and now we're doing 1 for 1 with this regulation. And then the final regulation for information is staff leaves and absences. The intent of this change is to give our 10 and 11-month staff more flexibility with their leave, so they aren't losing any leave days, but they will receive more personal leave days and less sick leave days, so it gives them some flexibility on how they use their leave. So for a 10-month staff, for example, they will accrue 12 or 13 days of leave. Previously, they accrued 10 days of sick leave. Now they will accrue 8 days of sick leave, and then 4 days of personal leave with 0 to 14 years of experience, or 5 days of personal leave for employees with more than 15 years of experience, which was previously 2 or 3 days of accrual of personal leave. So I'm happy to answer any questions on any 3 of these changes, and the board does not have to act on this unless they wish to.
Have you given any consideration to, as we up leave, and I was having a conversation with one of our admin today about, the fact that we should start discussing building administrator principles, not as careers, but probably more as a lifestyle, because of the time and that goes into it. However, with that said, we have in the past had times where we've had administrators take back-to-back leave, not be in the building when kids are in the building. Have we ever given thought process to some control of, like, when I was in retail, there were blackout weeks that there was no way I was taking vacation on Black Friday, say for instance, or the 2 weeks leading up to an SOL test, or an assessment, or things of that nature. We do want our administrators in the building when kids are in the building. So, and I don't know how much of an issue it is.
So we have experienced that less this year than we have in previous years.
Is that due to administrator change, or we just have we've kind of clamped down and said something about some of the leave?
Both.
They've earned their leave, and I want them to take it. So.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to turn to Angie Stein. You're a brave woman to come up here because we're not going to let you leave. So.
Haven't approved personnel yet, sorry. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, the first item is that the Shenandoah County Board of Supervisors approved $1.57 million in FY24 for the Division Capital Improvement Plan. As with many capital improvement projects, unforeseen delays, as of June 30th, 2024, there were several projects still in progress. Some of the bigger projects include the Carson Anomaly work at Muhlenberg, the security vestibules at the elementary schools, and the IntelliPack rooftop unit at W.W. Robinson. Since these projects have been started and the funds reverted back to the county on June 30th, we will need to request the reappropriation of those funds from the Board of Supervisors to the current fiscal year so those projects can be completed. The amount is $822,828. This will be as an action item later in the meeting. Any questions? Right. And the next item is just this week, the food service department received an award notification from the National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant in the amount of $9,950. And this is a federal reimbursement grant, and it will be used to purchase an upright freezer that just so happened to go out at Stonewall Jackson High School. So these funds are restricted, and they must be used and reimbursed by September 30th. So again, this will be an action item later today too. Any questions on that? All right. Thank you.
We're moving into item 6, which is action items, and the first issue there was personnel, but we have not completed our discussions, and we'll be continuing those in closed session shortly. I hope it's shortly. And so we're going to put that in abeyance and move on to the other action items at this point. So I want to move to 6.2, which is the action to approve or not to approve the litigation against social media companies. So do we have a motion to that effect?
I move to adopt the attached resolution authorizing the retention of Timberlake Smith as legal counsel in the multi-district litigation against certain social media companies.
Thank you, Mrs. Rutz. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Mrs. Carlonia, so the second. And is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. And so if you approve of that motion to adopt that resolution for the retention of Timberlake Smith as our legal counsel, please signify by saying, should we do a roll call? Cheryl says we should do a roll call, so we must do a roll call. Okay.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. 6.3 is a request to increase the special budget for Massanutten Regional Governor's School, as has been briefed by Ms. Stein.
I move to increase the fiscal year 2025 special budget for Massanutten Regional Governor's School by an additional $81,866.
A second.
Thank you. The move has been made and seconded. Any discussion? We're ready for a roll call vote. Cheryl?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. 6.4 is a request to increase the FY25 special budget for the Summit Regional Governor's School.
I move to increase the 2025 special budget for Summer Regional Governor's School by an additional $2,634 to support the 2024 summer operational expenses of these programs.
Thanks, Mrs. Rutz. A second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carlinio. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. 6.5 is a request to increase the fiscal year 2025 special budget for the Claude Moore grant by $47,000 and some dollars. Do we have a motion to that effect?
I move to increase the FY 2025 special budget for the Claude Moore grant by $47,081.90.
Thank you, Mrs. Rutz, for that motion. Second?
Second.
I heard Mr. Street. Second made by Tom. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barlow?
Yes. 6.6 is a request to carry forward the fiscal year 2024 CIP in the amount of $822,828.
I move to approve the request to carry forward fiscal year 2024 CIP in the amount of $822,828.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Any second?
Second.
Mrs. Carlini, you're pretty quick there. Second? Yeah. Okay. And any discussion? If not, roll call vote on 6.6, please.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barber?
Yes. Final action item is a request to increase fiscal year 2025 food service budget. And do I have a motion to that effect?
I move to approve the request to increase the fiscal year 2025 food service budget in the amount of $9,950.
Thank you, Mrs. Street. A second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rickard. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Ricker?
Yes.
And Mr. Barber?
Yes. And that brings us to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. I hope that everyone had a wonderful summer, and we hope to see our students and parents at open house tomorrow evening from 1 until 7. There will be a dinner break for our teachers from 4 to 5 p.m. The new school year begins on Tuesday, August the 13th, and just want to remind our drivers that there will be students waiting beside the road, so be on extra lookout for our students and our big yellow buses going down the road. And then I also want to wish our co-curricular organizations like FFA, FBLA, FCCLA, and our athletic teams success in the upcoming year. And we are looking forward to a fantastic 2024-2025 school year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the superintendent? All right. Normally we would have the school board member comments, but instead we have other business because we have to conclude the 3 items that are still on the agenda for our closed session. So what we will do is we will.
So we're gonna do that after?
Sorry?
the next session? For the school board member comments, are we gonna do that after the next vote or before?
I think we'll conclude with those.
After that?
Yes, because yeah, we'll do it then. But the reason is that's one time we can throw out ideas for
Right.
agenda items, and I think when everything's concluded, that might be the proper time.
I'd like to move to re-enter closed session to discuss agenda items 1.3 or 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. I appreciate your specificity. It keeps us on good legal ground. I appreciate it. And is there a second to that motion?
Second.
You were louder this time, Mr. Rickard, so you win. The second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in closed session.
floor.
And I'd like to have a motion to reconvene in open session.
I move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall.
A second.
Second by Mrs. Rutz. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, I'm going to read the statement of the closed meeting certification. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds as if certified when called. Roll call vote, please. Cheryl?
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio,
I so certify.
Mr. Gutschall,
I so certify.
Ms. Roots,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
and Mr. Barlow.
I so certify. We have an action item dealing with personnel. And do I have a motion regarding personnel actions?
I move to approve the personnel list as presented.
A second.
So the motion is made and seconded, recommending that the personnel actions that are outlined on the attached list be approved. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to amend the personnel list, please.
Okay.
I move that we amend number 46 and 47 from vacated to resignation, please.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion has been made and seconded. Cheryl, did you get the motion or the amendment? Motion?
So, yes. I move to amend the personnel list to, I move to amend the personnel list to amend 46 and 47 from vacated to resigned. Is that right? Or
Amend 46 and 47 from vacated to resigned.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay, so that is the motion which has been seconded.
Yes.
Um,
And Ms. Carlinio seconded.
Yes, that's correct. And owing to the nature of the vote, gonna,
We have to vote on that change.
yeah, I meant the amendment, but yeah, the nature of the motion and the amendment, I'm going to vote on the amendment first without further discussion. So roll call vote. Cheryl, if you please, for the amendment.
For the amendment.
Do you want me to read the amended?
I think we know what it is unless anybody would like to have it repeated.
Good. Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlinio,
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall,
No.
Ms. Roots,
No.
Mr. Rickard,
Yes.
and Mr. Barlow.
No. All right, so that's 3-3. So the amendment fails to achieve a majority. And so now we return to the amendment, or to the motion itself, which is to accept the personnel actions outlined on the attached list that we have reviewed earlier. And we have a motion and second already on the floor. And so we will again do a roll call vote. Cheryl?
Mr. Street?
Yes.
Ms. Carlinian?
No.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Roots?
Yes.
Mr. Rickard?
No.
And Mr. Bartlett?
Yes. So the recommendation of personnel actions outlined as they are on the attached list has been approved by a 4-2 vote. We now move to board member comments. And so, is there any member who would like to go first?
Well, I have a few comments, so if you want me to get started. And I'm actually cutting it down. So the first one was, we had a conversation with Dr. Shepard about clarifying a little bit about the flag policy now that the teachers are going back into the classroom. And I just wanted to make sure that people understood, again, it says no classroom in Shenandoah County public schools shall use or allow any decor or displays that represent a political viewpoint, including but not limited to a political, partisan, racial, sexual orientation, and or political ideology viewpoints. That means that your alma maters and your sports teams are okay. The second one was, we had a great meeting today for the mental health task force, and I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about that. But I just wanted to congratulate the Open Table and Dr. Shepard, because she helped out. And we got, they're getting, but it's going to benefit our school and our students and our families, a great grant from Anthem Blue Cross, and it's for $750,000. And that's really going to help a lot, our schools and our students who are in need. So that was apparently the biggest grant that they've given, so it's actually a really big deal. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to kind of talk about was, I was having a conversation with Mr. Michael Overfelt, who's a school board member in Page County. And we were talking about the possibility of bringing the ROTC, maybe having like a joint effort with Page County and Shenandoah County, and maybe we could host it. We could even use the area that the governor's school uses right now, because it could be used in the afternoon. So I don't know if it can be done or not, but that's something that we're going to be looking into, because we think a lot of our students would definitely benefit from having ROTC back in Shenandoah County. So that's it for me.
Mike?
I just want to let all the staff know, custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, teachers, admin, school board office staff, how much you guys are appreciated as we're embarking on another school year. I just want you all to know, all of you are in my prayers. The students are in my prayers. I'm praying for a successful year. And we're here for you. We support you 100%. And you can feel free to reach out to us at any time. I think I speak for all of us that we're thankful for the staff that we have. And again, you guys are in our prayers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to wish everybody a successful year. There's, at some point, things are going to level out and we're going to get back to education. And I'm hoping and I pray that that is the way forward. I know that there has been some changes we've talked about and we will talk about in the future as far as what's going on in our buildings with accreditation and scores. And despite all the noise, it's positive, and that's exactly why we're here. It's not about names on the side of the buildings. It's not about everything else. It's about this room being filled with kids and where they're heading and the best possible paths to get them to there. You all are important and you play a big part, and I appreciate you staying yet again until the next business day. to be here. We support you in discipline. You should know that. When you invite someone into your house, you don't let them come up and knock the china cabinet over and kick the cat. So these are our buildings, and this is our home, and we set the tone for the kids that come in here, and we expect that. Don't take any disrespect. Our policies are there for a reason. They're there to protect the kids, and they're there to protect you. And I know that there were some conversations about non-negotiables, and I fully support those. We need to make sure that our buildings are safe, secure, and there's a good learning environment, and you can't do that with jackassery going on. So I fully support stopping that. Maybe it'll be a bumper sticker one day. For the agenda going forward, I'd like for us to discuss a twist on the sign-on bonus. A lot of different divisions around us offer a sign-on bonus if you come and you interview and you get hired after so long. I'd like to see us give a sign-on bonus for those contracts that are signed early and for the commitment of those that are here with us. Maybe I can persuade merit increases at some point, because I think folks that do an outstanding job ought to be appreciated in that respect. But a sign-on bonus, like I said, for somebody early, somebody doing and committing and being here, dance with them on the bracha. The other thing I'd like to pursue is for those that have decided to leave us and aren't signing their contracts, is maybe we provide a swap meet at some point where if, say they're in Sandy Hook and they're on the fence, they're unhappy, that we have somebody, another administrator in another building who has a like position, come and talk to them before they leave that, I think I had an administrator today say that he had saved 2 folks from leaving that were unhappy with their building and ended up in his. So maybe there needs to be a conscious effort to open up communications again before someone walks out the door on why they're leaving, what's going on, and maybe it's personalities, maybe it's something else. But that was where I was at with that. Again, I appreciate all the work that you do, and I wish you a successful school year.
The only thing I'll say is congratulations again to the individuals that are all the recognitions that took place in front of us yesterday. So congratulations again, and I want to thank the teachers, the staff, the administrators, everyone, coaches, getting ready for this next school year is about ready to take place August 13th. So I want to thank everyone, and anyway, that's it.
Thank you.
Open house later today. Looking forward to another school year. Most people only go through 12 grades, but I'm still going with the school system. So I'm 1 year, 14 and a half or so, 15 and a half. So, but anyways, all jokes aside, looking forward to another good school year. And also shout out to the Stonewall Jackson football team for having so many players come out. I remember a few years ago, it was sad, honestly, that they just didn't have any turnout. So happy for them to be able to have a team and have plenty of bodies to play.
I had very little to say, except it took a long time for me to finally hear the word jackassery used in the school board comments. But
I wanted it in record. Yeah, wanted it in record.
It was gratifying, and it always is, to see the students and the spirit from the organizations and the schools and the administrators that we saw tonight. It keeps us going. It makes us realize why we're here. But it also, we need to understand that there may be the 4% that are the ones who are boomers and zoomers. And there's 96% of others out there who need a lot more help, encouragement in programs and discipline, and ability to cope with all the challenges that young people have today. So for every one of those bright, smiling achievers who we celebrate and love, I think the goal for us is to bring more and more students into that realm, because they deserve it, and it's the only way our society is going to improve. So you're doing a great job at creating that kind of environment. We need to keep it up and improve. And one of my pet peeves has always been we always have time to honor A+ students and the students who are boomers and zoomers, and we find time to find those people who are dragging and just can't make it. And I think a lot about that C+ student who just goes through the system completely unnoticed and needs to be more well-educated, well-rounded, and celebrated. So I hope we can widen our scope and bring more people into our recognition stable over the next year. So with that, I will bring down the meeting at 12:28 a.m.